Hey there, strangers. It's time for a 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and today we are going to be getting into some coding today. Now, I, if you haven't been following my Discord or my Twitter account, um, you probably didn't realize the fact that I was pretty much barred from streaming past couple days, or at least on schedule. Um, had some issues with Streamlabs and almost had another problem with it again today. So um, it hasn't, the issue hasn't fully gone away yet. So I'm hoping that we can try to, me and the folks in Streamlabs can try to figure it out because this is getting a little ridiculous on it. Um, it's I'm not quite sure what I can really do on it. Um, but um, I'll keep you all informed as to what's going on. Okay, or at least I will. Um, I'll try to keep you all in the loop as I progress through this problem. Hopefully, I can get it resolved, and I won't have any additional problems with it. But I don't know. It's a little worrisome at this point, but um, hey, I'm back. So um, we're going to, even though I missed out on Friday and Saturday, which were going to be my Plants vs Zombies and my Genshin Impact playthroughs. Um, yeah, there's not much I can do about that. So we'll just go ahead and continue those games next week, and we'll get back into our regular schedule. Now, today is my coding day, so I'm gonna stick with that. So, um, but we'll see what goes on. Okay, so um, okay. Um, Last week we were working on trying to get the animations worked out and get it available so that um, we had um, two different sprites doing two different things at the same time. Okay, I wanted to do that just to kind of see the animations taking place, seeing that um, uh, Unity itself wasn't showing the animations when I created them. It wasn't showing the preview box at all. So um, it got a little, uh, I got a little worried about that. So, um, so I had to kind of change things up a little bit and start, um, figuring out, what I could kind of do to change things up a little bit, you know, to uh, to be able to see some of these, um, like, to see the animations that I've created before it actually became the game itself. But as it was, um, it's a little frustrating having to get the animations to work by hitting the play button. So, um, not sure what I can really kind of do about that, but um, we're gonna continue with our work on it and see how far we can get on this. Um, so everything looks to be in order at this moment in time. Um, so it's oh, almost forgotten. I need to get a browser window open just so I can, uh, get that. Whenever I have any kind of questions, we're gonna go through that. So now I saw something interesting the other day, and I'm half inclined on actually um, using the information that was provided and actually implementing it because, um, well, I'll explain. I'll explain in just a second. So, um, all right. So let's go ahead and get this live. There we go. So while after the uh, work that I was doing last week concerning the animations and having the separate uh, keywords for each of the different animations that I was creating, um, I was I was looking at the structure of the animation and seeing that it would become a visual mess in a way. Um, I'd be having lines pretty much going all over the place. Not all over the. I mean, there was going to be a little bit of a. Um, it was going to take a little bit of time to try to get the animation to kind of flow back to the way it needed to be. So, um, but I mean that was something that I was that I was ready to try to tackle. Okay. I was worried that I was going to be seeing, full on grid of just lines all over the place, and I was ready to kind of tackle that because that's the way I thought Unity handled things. But maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. Um, let me kind of show you what I mean here. Once Unity gets loaded in. Um, I saw this from another developer and I'm like going, this might actually be useful. Um, okay, let's see. What version are we up to now? Okay, there's been a couple new additions, but no major change at this point. Okay. I may do this a little bit later, or after the stream is done. no need to do that right now. So, oh, okay. Didn't even give me the choice to say skip the version. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the animator here. Okay. Just kind of give myself a lot of room here because I'm going to need to kind of show what we're kind of talking about here. So this is the animator for the human, okay? And the human themselves, let me, you know, now this is just the construction worker human, okay? So this is one that will basically have all of their tools. They will kind of go wherever is needed, do whatever is needed based off of the player's input. Um, and they will be able to kind of switch back and forth based off of um, what the player needs. Okay, so I'm looking at this. Okay, and we're looking at the different types of animations and which direction um, the human is kind of facing. Okay, left and right. Okay. Um, Now I'm not showing everything here because I haven't actually gotten to everything here. Okay, and here's the problem. Um, with the general, which is just the hammer, we're looking at 8 arrows already just with the four. Okay, I still have the um, I still have the scared and the walk animations left to add to this particular group right here. Okay, meaning that this idle right here is going to need to also point to scared, and it's also going to have to point to walk. Okay, so right now, okay, if I move these over, okay, we're talking about two more sets of arrows going to other different animation sets. Okay, I'm not even talking about the forest animations. I mean, which is just basically a repeat of what I have here. Mithril, again, another repeat of what I have here. Sunstone, another repeat of what I have here. And water. Here, let me kind of do it this way here. Let's go to general. So let me add this in. Let me add that in. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this one in. Okay, so now we're going to add these in. So, you know, we have this one, which is just basically another set of these. So, so already we're looking at a very confusing set already on this. Um, I haven't even gotten into the right side of this. And then we have to do that again from that. And we're doing this over and over and over again. So, needless to say, this is going to be a nightmare of arrows just pointing all over the place. Okay. And well, I can definitely try to work with that kind of system. Um, the video that I was kind of referencing there, he's right. I mean, the um, visually it's a mess and it's not ideal. Okay, I don't necessarily want to. I don't want to. If I miss one small detail in any of this particular graph, I'm going to be in trouble. So, um, so um, when I saw his potential fix for this, I was on board. Um, it gave me um, I saw what he was working with, how he's doing it, and it is exactly how I'm looking for. Okay. Um, so here, let me uh, can't have that going. Okay, so let me go ahead and bring up this video here so you all can kind of see what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pause my audio there. Escaping Unity animation hell. Okay, so yeah, so um, as Lost Relic Games here is talking about um, is pretty much what I was potentially looking at. Okay, the um, so this kind of you know uh, anime or hell as he kind of put it. Um, so this is very similar to what I was potentially going to be seeing on this. Okay, because um, I wanted to be able to. So the idea for the animations was to, the human gets created, they go into their general idle. Okay, meaning that they, come out with the hammer and, they're just kind of waiting for orders. Okay, or the player might have said, okay, I need you guys to go and collect wood almost immediately. Okay, so from that general idle, depending on where they're kind of located at, on the left hand side or on the right hand side, um, we're going to need to get them to move to a specific location, which means that they are going to be moving from the idle to a walk animation. And that walk animation is going to get them to the spot on the map where they're going to need to go to, um, another spot, another animation set with the correct kind of tool. I mean, they could have done that automatically. They could have gone, to the forest walk, for example. Okay. And, um, or they could have gone from, general idle to the forest walk. Okay. And, and that's the thing. Okay. Um, right now I have it set up to where I'm trying to make it look relatively clean. I mean, I didn't want to have, arrows from general walk to every single last different animation that's out there. Okay. That would have been a complete nightmare. Okay. In terms of, animation hell. Okay. You're talking about, um, what is it? Eight different, um, eight different transitions to other, well, seven, I guess. Um, you know, seven transitions to the other animations that are out there for just one category. Okay, so now you add in um, the other animations for all the rest of this, and you notice the fact that if I added seven transitions for just a force alone, that's seven transitions for mithril, seven transitions for well, actually no, eight transitions because you're talking about it going to a completely different category. Okay, so you're talking one node looking at what 39 different um, animations possible, and you have to do that for every single last one of these animations. I mean, that would have been a complete web. Okay, so what I was trying to do with this was be a little bit cleaner in that I was letting the I was letting Unity kind of handle transitions from like you know I wanted to get from general walk to say forest walk. Okay, so it would have to go back to general idle to forest idle to forest walk. that takes a bit of transitions and like okay to allow for that um, to allow for that kind of changes going on. Okay, and that is uh, in all regards ridiculous. The amount of necessity to go through that kind of transitions. Okay, and even then, I would have to make sure that I kind of time it just right because um, you know the while the general walk to the forest walk might be all well and good, um, I'm not setting the idle on its by itself. I'm not toggling idle. So, the walk the walk boolean is still going to be active. So how do I transition from the general walk to the forest walk without a lot of, you know, I would have to turn off the walk, which gets it to idle, then switch over to the forest, toggle the forest, which puts it over to the forest idle, and then retoggle the walk again. A lot of transitions there, a lot of code working to try to make sure that it kind of works the way I need it to work. Okay, and either I would have had like 39 approximately transitions away from one node, and those transitions coming right back to it. Okay, but I would have had to have done that for every single last one. So you know, so you're talking about 40-ish different nodes with about 39 different transitions for each one. That was going to be a that was going to be a pain to try to make those transitions, make those booleans, and make them booleans work properly. So yeah, it was going to be it was going to be a nightmare. Now, if if you're doing something that is um, that doesn't have a lot of animations to it, kind of thing, um, like you have a run and jump, and that's it, then this is perfectly fine. Okay, this kind of transitions, it's perfectly fine. You can go ahead and try to do something like that. Okay, you're not going to be um, having to kind of worry about the those kind of um, you don't necessarily need to do what this guy's about ready to suggest. Okay, you can use those transitions. You can use booleans to set it up. Okay. Um, I mean, I did it through the tutorial. I understand the what I was trying to go for. Okay, but you know, my animation set, all the different animations that I was going to be presented with, just for, I mean, the other sprites, I'm probably not going to be having that much of a problem with them, but I should probably still um, make sure that I use this particular method that he's talking about with the, animator hell, um, for those as well, because there's still a lot of transitions and the like on that. Okay. The um, the concern is, if you only have like a couple running and jumping, then it's perfectly fine. Yeah. So um, now, uh, obviously, this particular individual has been kind of doing more of the Unity games a lot more often than I have. Okay, he's obviously had some frustrations with, animations just not working at all. Now, um, I haven't. Um, I've seen some games have that kind of problem where the animation just stops, and you have the sprite just kind of sliding around on the floor or something like that, changing its location based off of what you're doing, but the animation for itself just does not work anymore. Okay. Um, I think you see it in some of the um, I think you've seen it in some of the other like AAA games, you might say, you know, such as like Mega Man and Zelda and the like. Um, so um, you just see them kind of get locked in a particular animation state, and that's it. It doesn't recover from that unless you like reset the game or something along those lines. Okay. Um, so this particular gentleman knows what he's kind of talking about when it comes to uh, that. If it's trying to go from one animation state to another, then um, you know I don't know how good the the animator controller is in terms of Unity. Okay, I haven't worked with it all that much, so I can't really, explicitly say, oh yeah, this works 100% of the time. I don't know. Okay, so um, so it may work, it may not work. I'm not gonna say one way or another on it. Okay, uh, if if you're coming into Unity for the very first time, if you're watching my videos on it, just know that the your not everything's perfect. So um, there's still always room uh, for improvement, no matter what platform or um, you know system that you use. Okay, anyone that tells you otherwise is trying to sell you something. Okay, so um, so don't think that everything's perfect. Okay, because it's not. Okay, so um, so I do appreciate um, the sense of like remove the transitions on this. So okay, so I appreciate the um, how clean his explanation of this is because um, he's you know uh, let me kind of go back to his code here. Okay, you guys might be having a little bit of a hard time kind of watching this, but I mean, if you really need to, you can probably go and watch the video yourself, and you can kind of see his code. Okay, so um, you know the now here's the thing with this. Okay, um, he's getting the animator kind of set up, which is kind of standard fare. Okay, now I have this myself. Okay. Um, Now what he's doing here is kind of having a um, kind of a private um, code handling how the animations are being held. Okay, and that's it. That's pretty much all you really need to do. Okay, so he's basically saying, okay, um, the you're going to be sending in the name of the animation in question, into this change animation state. It checks to see whether or not uh, the state is the same as its current state. Okay, meaning if it's if it's during its idle, if it's during its like general idle, it's bobbing up and down kind of a thing, and you send to it, hey, I need you to go to the general idle. Well, it's already there, so there doesn't need to be any kind of change in the animation. It just needs to continue doing the same general animation. Okay, but let's say you need to change it to, like in my case, I need to change it to the forced idle. Okay, then I can just send in forced idle into this new state here. It checks to say that, the forced state as a string, is it equal to the general general idle state? We see that it is not true, so it continues on. Okay, it it tells the animator to play the forced idle in this particular case, and then it sets the forced idle to its current state, meaning that the animation for the forced is currently being uh, handled at that particular moment in time. It's being worked on. Okay. Um, so and this changes based off of what you send into it. So it's clean. Yeah. I don't necessarily need to do that. I'm already going to be, you know, I don't need to download this tutorial that he has. I'm going to basically be doing it live for you folks anyway. Okay. So, um, so there's no need for me um, to basically mimic this tutorial. I'm going to basically be doing it myself using using what we have here already. So, matter of fact, we're just going to go ahead and kind of just delete these. Okay. So again, uh, I'm not quite sure where I am in terms of animations for these. The the preview for these is not showing up anymore, and I don't know what's going on with them because this is way too many frames. Actually, you guys can't really see that very well, but um, it's kind of rotating through, you know, 60 frames when in fact I only have maybe four, depending on the type of animation. So not exactly ideal. So um, we're gonna need to kind of um, work through all of this and try to um, see which ones are currently working and which ones aren't. So, um, matter of fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of those for right now because I don't even know if those are working properly or not. So, all right, let me let's continue on with um, Lost Relic Games and their tutorial here. Okay. Um, he did mention enums, which, if I remember correctly, I was kind of talking about that a little bit last week. Um, uh, enums are meant to be more of I guess you might say it's kind of a storage, a struct, um, to allow different values to be stored within it, and that you can just kind of reference it, multiple times. Um, so, you can just kind of go, okay, this struct with this name, add it here, and it knows, based off of the enum, what you're trying to reference. So, um, he's kind of, he's not dealing with that, but it's definitely an option, probably one that I'm actually probably going to take up on it, just because there's so much um, that is going to be kind of contained within it. So, now I just want to pause it here because um, he's showing, the platformer, okay, with, um, I just want to make that distinction. Seeing that I'm not building a platformer, I'm not building something like Mega Man or, um, old style TMNT, you know, all the, well, a platformer, Mario Brothers. Um, I'm not dealing with, whether or not uh, the player themselves are going to be grounded. So a lot of these values that he's posting here is not something that you'll be seeing in uh, as I expand on my code. Okay, so just bear in mind that, you know, um, while uh, the what he's doing here is still something that I can still use, even though I'm not personally using it for a platformer. Okay, so I wanted to pause it there a little bit. Um, First thing that I wanted to kind of talk about is um, the way he changed the. Um, let me kind of scroll back a little bit here. So he created a new if statement, okay, stating if um, if the x-axis, meaning the position of the character or the position of the movement, um, is not zero, meaning that they are currently moving from left to right. Okay, is not zero, meaning that there's some kind of value, meaning that it's either negative or positive. Okay, he pulled the change animation state player run out of both of these and just added another if statement in there. Okay, so meaning that um, no matter what is going to happen, he's kind of changing um, he's changing the animation up depending on um, he's changing the animation based off of the fact that both of those if statements were going was going to cause the player to move to have the animation for it. Okay, so um, now what I find interesting on this is the fact that um, for the player run, he is setting up so no matter which direction um, if the player's moving to the left, he's using the same player run. If he's moving to the right, he's using the same player run, meaning he only has the the single animation that that has um, the different um, he has it in such a fashion where it automatically will know that he's moving to the left or right. He's not specified, hey, this is player to the left, this is player running to the right. He's not doing that, which is making me think that I'm probably going to need to look into this a little bit more because um, I might be doing the animation styles completely incorrect. Okay, I might be doing it in such a fashion where I could probably combine the left and right into its own, into its own single animation, but I'm not sure, you know. Um, it's one of the reasons why I'm not, um, I don't know how exactly he went about doing that, and I don't know whether or not uh, I can actually include it in what I have. I would imagine that I can, but I'm not quite sure how. So we may look into that a little bit more. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and kind of put that down. So, um, as a potential problem here, lost the games showed that he used a single animation keyword for an animation that goes all left and right. Figure out figure out how you went about including the different directions and figure out how he included both directions into a single animation. All right. The other thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, um, let's see. Um, there was something else that I wanted to talk to you about on this. Okay, so here's um, here's where I'm not quite sure if this is going to be something that I can, if I'm going to be able to kind of pull off correctly or not. Okay, so he's talking about, he had a he has a player script that's handling these, different directions the player input coming in, and based off of um, the input being brought into it, changing where the animation's kind of going, and you know, um, he's talking about input and what the animation is going to do with said input. Okay. And he's doing it in a separate script. He mentions the fact that um, you can put this inside an animation manager script, and that's all well and good if you're dealing with animating like a single type of animation or something along those lines, or you're dealing with um, like a single sprite or something along those lines. If you're um, but um, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that for mine. Okay, I'm just thinking out loud here, there, folks. I could be completely off base on this. Just bear that in mind. Okay. Um, so right now, I'm currently putting a lot of the logic, um, of the movement of these AI agents. Okay, within um, within the prefabs, the humans, and so on and so forth. Okay. Um, Now I could do like an abstract for pretty much all of these guys, um, so that um, you know each one of them kind of calls from the abstract. There'd be a subclass of the abstract, and I can just basically say, okay, uh, if these guys are idle, do the idle script. If this, or do the idle animation. If this guy is um, walking, do the walking animation. If this guy is doing um, the collect, I could pretty much like put um, all these kind of script calls inside the abstract class. Okay, because a lot of them are pretty much going to be um, kind of repeats of each other. Okay. Um, the um, yeah, that's to me. So you know, looking at the humans and the enemies both have movement and idle, for example. Okay. Um, Enemies also have carrying, for example. So I could do, you know, um, same kind of animation, or in the abstract, I could have animation, or I can have the carrying in the abstract in the superclass. Okay, to handle um, handle the changes in light. Problem is that um, I gotta be careful a little bit because I don't necessarily want to. Um, I want to make sure that I name these correctly and that the, um, I don't like mess up file names and like by, um, I have, okay, here. Um, so I wanted to get some music playing in the background so I can keep these headphones active. Um, so with what I have here, okay, I have them specified, so that they are kind of separated from each other so they won't, you don't confuse one over the other, okay? If I suddenly go, um, if I suddenly go, um, just like idle for these, how is it going to determine, you know, which which of the idols to really use? Does it use the general? Does it use mithril? Does it use the forest? You know, um, so um, that's something that's a little concerning for me. Okay. Um, so that might be something that I might need to kind of research a little bit more. Um, because if I can get it to a point where um, it just basically calls um, the specific kind of um, function calls in an abstract, okay, then that cuts down on a lot of repeat code that I could potentially be doing here, okay? And I don't necessarily want to have that happen. I want to be able to, send in the specific kind of animation file that I want it to use, okay, and have the abstract kind of understand what I'm t- what I'm talking about, what kind of animation to do. So, so the fact that he was moving left and right on the screen without a, um, you know, based off of the player input, and there wasn't a, player run left, player run right, means that there's something there that I can use to kind of combine both of them into one type of animation to it. I'm not quite sure how exactly you went about doing that, hence the reason why I listed it as a potential research. So um, he starts talking about um, his own personal projects and demos and stuff like that. So we're gonna kind of skip that. Feel free to check him out and check out his own demos and like if you really want to. But yeah, that's something that we're also going to have to kind of be careful about. Okay, so that um, we don't want one particular animation state kind of overriding, a valid, another valid, you know, state. So like if someone's trying to gather, we don't want it switching between gather and idle over and over and over and over again. Okay, we don't want that to happen. So okay, so once again, um, the um, I'm still kind of interested in how he was able to do both directions with a single animation. We'll figure that part out. But notice how he's using the booleans here to determine um, which animation to kind of go with. Okay. Um, it was the same kind of process that I was using here in a sense. Okay, using the collect, direction, scared, and walk. When the boolean was kind of set for say collection, you would know, hey, you need to go into the collection animation, so on and so forth. Okay, we're still going to be using those booleans. Okay, but um, it's you know we're already kind of using them already for the logic, but this time we're actually also going to be adding in the change for the player animations as well. So we're just going to be basically including that one single line into our logic to say, hey, I need this animation to change as well. Okay, so um, as he's kind of explained here, he's talking about how there's if you're having different animations or animation times, like you have someone that just kind of does a jump or someone that does a um, like a sweeping attack or a quick attack or something along those lines. Think Street Fighter. You know, if you've ever played that game, okay, there's like the quick jabs and then there's like the power jab and the power punch or something along those lines. Okay, each one of those are different animation times. So um, what he's kind of doing here is that, well, if you use a default time, a default delay, then you're gonna do like a quick jab, and now you're gonna wait for a little while. Okay, just as long, about as long as a strong punch. So, you're doing a, quick jab, okay, and now you're kind of waiting for that, strong punch to finish, and it's like, well, you know, why should the player have to wait for that animation to go again for a quick jab? Why do that? Why would you um why would you want that to be um why would you want the player to wait? Okay. And you shouldn't necessarily need to, okay? So that's what he's doing here. He's setting it up so that um he's checking the length of the animation, okay, and saying this has a certain amount of time for this animation to be completed. So we're going to invoke the attack complete, meaning that we are finishing off our attack, okay, at this amount of time. So if it's like a zero point 0.3 seconds or something like that compared to like a zero point 0.5 seconds, okay, it will call based off of that specific animation, hey, I just used a quick jab. I'm using a zero point 0.3 second. Put that in for the delay. I'm using strong punch. I'm using zero point 0.5 seconds. Whatever. Um, I'm putting that in for delay. So now, when that particular attack animation is done, then it can go with the next attack. Okay. Now, um, now bear in mind, you what you could do just so you're aware of this, okay? Some attacks can be interrupted, meaning like, hey, this this guy starts the animation for a strong punch, okay, and suddenly the other player does like their own attack. They do like a quick jab, to kind of stop them from doing the strong punch or something like that. Okay, or they're doing like an uppercut or whatever. Okay, the point is that the in a fighting game you could have if you're having like player versus player versus computer opponent, whatever. Okay, and one animation is slightly quicker than the other. Okay, and they actually connect faster, like the other players isn't like defending themselves or anything along those lines. Then you have the potential of interrupting said animation. So bear in mind that that attack delay might not be something that is absolutely necessary. Okay, because you could because they might get punched and they might have a different reaction, or they might have a different animation based off of being punched. So you might have a point where you can change that particular value based off of, being hit or being interrupted. So, okay. He goes on to talk about his own personal game and the like. So, um, feel free to check him out. Once again, Lost Relic Games. Gonna go ahead and give him a subscription on that one, because I do appreciate his his little brief tutorial about this. Um, so um, so yeah, I mean, feel free to check out um his extra details and the like. So, um, but yeah, I wanted to kind of show that for the most part. So, um, I wanted to show you what that particular developer did and something that I appreciate and I'm going to want to kind of work on. Um, I'm going to want to work on that. Um, where I'm going to need to kind of do the code base for it and try to figure out, um, the how to kind of do that myself in this particular attempt. Okay. Um, so, um, now the other thing that I'm going to want to do is figure out how he was able to do left and right in the same kind of animation, um, in the same kind of animation call. So, um, so in the meantime, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some music kind of playing here, and we'll go ahead and start doing some searches on that. So, um, uh, having animation left and right, um, 3D. Um, Hmm. 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 Okay, this is fairly old. Um, Okay. So, so it's looking like the left and right animations, they're doing like, what I did with the Inkscape, but they're using it based off of the code itself. So, if um, if a player's going to the left, you use you use the initial animation, or to the right, whatever. If you're, whatever your initial animation is going, you know, let's say that it's going to the right. Okay, so it's moving to the right. You're using the same kind. You're using a, one particular animation to kind of handle that. And then when you go to the left, you're changing the model around 180 degrees so that it's still kind of doing the same exact animation, but in a different fashion. The um, the model itself is flipped from within the code itself. Um, so they're not using different um, they're not using different animation sets. They're just using um, using the graphics to flip it itself within um, letting the game handle the flipping of it. Okay. Um, and I'm not quite sure. Okay, so here's where I'm a little hesitant on doing that, and trying to get the code to flip it around, because um, the um, my main concern about it is that um, not using any kind of um, I'm not going to be using any kind of user input to change the direction around. I'm not having a kind of thumbstick, for left and right. Okay, I'm not controlling it that way. Okay, all of this information about what direction they're heading is based off of what the AI's pathing is going to be all about. Um, so if their pathing is going to be focused on going more in the, positive X direction, then it's going to continue going to the right. If it needs to turn to the left and go to the negative, then it needs to flip around and handle that. Um, calls the, specific direction for that. Um, so, I mean, I could probably try to get that to kind of work anyway. To basically cut out half of my animations, cut out half of my images, and try to work on getting the value kind of flipped um, around that way. We could try to work on it along those lines. See if we can get it to work accordingly on that. But here's the thing. I'm not sure. I don't know how. I don't know how the importer is going to handle that. Okay. Um, seeing I'm using vector-based graphics, I don't know whether or not doing turning the model 180 degrees, whether or not Unity is going to be able to handle that kind of vector graphic shift, flip around. I don't know whether or not I can actually handle that or not. If it can't handle that, then um, I'm I'm going to be setting myself up for potential failure on that. I'm basically going to cause some amount of graphical corruption because Unity might not be able to handle the um, turning the model 180 degrees for vector based. I don't know. Um, uh, Unity 3D flipping vector animation. Yeah, you see, I'm not seeing anything concerning um, I'm not seeing anything directly with the, um, vector based. Okay. Um, obviously pixel based is, that's been done and it works. But I don't know about vector based. That's the problem. Um, must include vector. Hmm, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like that's something that is common. So I'm hesitant on trying to attempt that. Um, I mean, I'm already having some difficulty trying to use the vector graphics that I already have right at this point in time. So um, having the Unity program trying to flip the vector graphics by itself and have it come out looking okay, I don't know. Um, I might give it a try just to see whether or not it's possible. Um, but I mean, if someone has like a video about flipping vector graphics in Unity 3D, let me know. Put it in the comments or leave it in my YouTube video when this comes, when this hits my YouTube channel. Feel free to include those videos you know, in the comments. Let me know what you know. Okay, has someone actually done that, and has it worked? You know, um, does it work? um, I know that vector-based graphics is still fairly newish when it comes to Unity, so um, I don't know whether or not. Um, uh, they were able to iron out all the, small little difficulties and problems that they might be having with it. So, um, so I mean, as it was anyway, I was already having, some amount of difficulties, dealing with vector-based graphics as it was anyway. But now I'm looking at, potential for, flipping the animation around or flipping the spread around, you know, using, you know, flipping model. And suddenly I'm kind of hesitant on trying to go about doing that. So, um, yeah, let's go here. Um, so we're gonna kind of go into here a little bit. So this involves flipping the model 180 degrees so that it so while it might still be using the standard animation, it is now flipped so the animation is in the other direction. Um, didn't include a different animation, just changed the model values to flip 90 degrees. All right, so um, um, uh, may not try this particular technique for now for the following reasons. There are no video tutorials talking about this particular subject. Vector-based graphics may have an issue with um, an issue with model values changing. Alright, so we're gonna hold off um, on this one. So um, um, potential for later codeworks, meaning that you know we may be able to get it to actually work. It all depends on whether or not, um, you know, does the vector graphics handle flipping the graphic um, within runtime. All right. So we're going to go ahead and remove that for now. We're gonna basically say that, this is complete for the time being. Okay. Um, it you would save. Okay. If I can, if this can work, if the program itself can, flip the graph, flip a vector-based graphic around, okay, by itself, okay, meaning, um, here, let me kind of, let's, let me, you know, let me kind of play this game and I'll kind of show you what I mean. Okay. So, all right, taking its time. So, if, if the graphic is kind of, um, facing in one particular direction, okay, I have an animation set for it, that it's saying, it's facing to the left. That was interesting. Okay, so right now, okay, I have this animation here that's facing to the left. Okay, um, what would happen if I intentionally put in the code and say, hey, I need this guy to flip around. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know how Unity might be able to handle that. Um, so, matter of fact, maybe I should try it out right now because the the reason why I'm going through this process, this mental process right at this time, is I'm looking at all of these different, um, you know, all of these different animations. I mean, I have, um, let's see, you know, looking at the worker themselves, I have multiple different sets of it facing to the left and to the right. Okay. Um, different frames of each one of these, you know, going to the left and to the right and all that kind of jazz. So, um, so is that something that, um, can I get rid of half of those graphics? Can I get rid of half of these animations just because, just based off of, if I put in a value in there and say, hey, this guy's going to the right, can I put in a value in there and say, hey, this person is no longer going to the left, he's going to the right, flip that model? Can I do that? And I don't really know. So let's go ahead and test it out. Let's test it out here. So we're going to stop that for now. Let's go ahead and bring up um, our different scripts here. Let's bring up the human script. Okay, load that up because if I remember correctly, that's where I have it right at this point in time to allow for the the different calls for the um, I had it switched around so that um, right now I'm not using any kind of transitions. So um, okay, don't really need this right at the moment. Okay, so okay. Um, Now, based off of that one guy's video, based off of um, the one guy's video, I can't even remember his channel name again. Um, the video that we watched earlier today. Um, you know, we don't really need these set pools or anything along those lines. Okay. Um, well, I mean, we do, and yet we don't. And I'll try to kind of explain that a little bit later, a little bit more later. So, um, so now at one point in time, I had the toggle collect kind of working at one point in time. So let's see. Um, yeah, here. So, so what I want to do is I want to kind of flip it around. So how do I go about flipping this human around? Hmm. So, I had this toggle collect here, which obviously isn't going to be something that I want to keep or anything along those lines. So, um, but what I want to do is change the model around so that I can. Let's see. Um, okay. Um, Flip sprite. Hmm. sprite render, flip X, flip Y. Sprite render, flip X. Okay, so is that something that is let's see. Sprite. Don't really have any sprite renders anywhere. Sprite. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's look at the prefab here real quick. Yeah. Okay, so it does have a sprite renderer in here. So how do we access it? Let's see. A3D. Prefab. Sprite render. Encode. Let's see. Git component. Okay. Am I gonna have to continuously use the Git component sprite renderer for that? Hmm. Yeah, let's see. Git component. Right. Render. FlipX. Let's see. Oh. Wrong. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Unity. Sprite. Render. Flip. Okay. Okay, so it's still having a hard time with that. So, hmm. Okay, so I need to actually state that I need to flip it on the X. It's not an actual toggle or anything along those lines. Okay. Let's see. Okay. No errors. Okay. Okay, it's looking like it's kind of working the way I kind of want it to work. And I'm not using the different kind of animations and the like. So all it was a matter of just trying to flip them around. So um Now, if, okay, one thing that I'll probably mention here, okay, for those of you that might be looking at this and going, this is fantastic and stuff like that. Okay. Um, this is good in terms of um, if you're using something that is fairly generic, like having having a single kind of model, okay, to um, like like Mega Man or something like that. You're just kind of flipping him around and like I mean, these particular animations right here are also fairly generic for the most part. Okay, so um, but if you start getting into a little bit more of a nuanced look to your characters or something like that, like say um, you you want to have like a character with a larger right arm than a left arm or something like that. Okay, for some reason. Okay, um, then um, the flipping might not work for what you you know are in need of. So um, okay, so that was a little weird. Um, so let's say um, let's say that I have like a scar on my left hand side, right? Okay. If we do a flip, which let's say I turn around, the scar shouldn't be visible anymore. But because I'm doing a flip graphically, or I'm doing a flip by the numbers so that Unity itself tries to do the um, it's just kind of you know flipping around. The scar is still going to be visible, okay? It's still going to be showing the scar, okay, because it's still on the same side, okay? It's just facing in the different directions. So it's as though you have a scar on both sides of the face. Well, that might not work uh, based off of your character or something like that, you know? Like if they have a scar on one eye or something like that, and you flip them around, suddenly there's scars on the other side, and it's like, well, that doesn't really work. Okay. Um, so you want to be careful when you're doing these kind of you're doing these kind of flips, especially if you're doing a little bit more of a if your character is a little bit more unique than what mine are. Like if they have a little bit more character or personality or something along those lines, then you'll want to have the different kind of animations to them. Okay, you're gonna want to be able to like move them how you want them to be moved based off of you know um, based off of where you're kind of seeing them. Like if they have a scar on the left hand side, always keep it on the left hand side. So if they kind of turn to the left, you might not see them, but if they turn to the right, you may. It's that kind of perspective. Okay, so um, so just kind of bear that in mind if you ever if you're ever kind of making these, a game yourself, so that you can, um, you know, this kind of flipping is fine for what I'm doing on this particular game or this particular iteration of the game right now. But later down the line, if I, get to like a 2 or 3 or something like that, um, then I might want to have unique styles to each one of these characters. So flipping them around might not work at that point. So I got to be careful with that. Okay. I may need to kind of remove that particular portion of the code when I get to it. Okay, because I may want to load in, the the right facing, left facing, and so on and so forth. Okay, so um, so this is kind of a cheat in a way. Okay, this might um, so I'm confirming that I can flip the x-axis around for these guys, and it'll still kind of work the way I was kind of intending it to work. Um, but I don't have to include all those animations anymore. I don't have to include them. Okay. So that means that um, we're going to need to um, kind of change up these structures a little bit, change up um, we're going to need to kind of organize this a little bit more. We can get rid of a lot of the um, we can get rid of a lot of the animations. We don't need them anymore. We can get rid of all the, right facing, rename the left facings and kind of be done with that. So, um, and we can just use um, the flip here to try to handle that. Now, obviously, I don't want to do this flip um, within the game manager. What I'll probably want to do is um, get it to um, I may put it within the agent itself. You see, I do have the agent class here, okay, which is something that is going to be, um, we have the um, human class extending it, okay, and we also have um, the enemies also extending the agent as well. So what I think I'm going to do is let's go ahead and get our agent class up and running here, and let us go ahead and um, we'll call um, here. Let's go ahead and stop this. So void. Um, okay, first off, let's go ahead and get um, okay, let's get sprite render up and running here. Um, let's go ahead and change this to this. Oh, gate component, sprite renderer. So now we have the sRender initialized. Now I don't know if this is called or not. Let's see. What's it called? Agent class is called. Okay, it is. So, um, so this is called twice. So it is finding um, it is finding this now. Um, will this actually work according to what I need it to do? I'm not sure, but we can always test it. We can always test it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do um, we're going to do some um, simple functions here. Um, hmm. Okay, we don't necessarily need to worry. Let, I'm not quite sure if I really want to use both of these. The move left and move right functions. Um, because so okay, so um, now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the game manager, okay, and we're going to call this function here for this guy. So, oop, and we're going to see whether or not we can actually get it to flip using the agent on this. So, and let's see what happens. So, agent move right is inaccessible due to its protection level. Okay, so I got a problem with that. So, which is interesting. So, but let's go ahead and make these public because we're going to be using them multiple times here. Okay, let's see if this works. Looks like it did. Okay. We have all of our text tiles and like all of the information that we're building off of that. And then we start getting into the human spawns and like, so agent class is called. So, so what we're going to do, to try, just kind of verify it a little bit, um, we're going to go ahead and add another call in here real quick. Uh, human agent, or um, agent is flipped. Okay. And we're just doing this to just kind of verify that yes, it is calling that particular function. So agent is flipped. There we go. So we're actually doing pretty good on this so far. Okay, so um, so um, so eventually at some point in time we're going to want to use these. When we use the code for moving, um, then we're going to want to, call these particular functions depending on, um, depending on which agent it is kind of thing, or, that we're going to need to kind of call it, multiple times, you know, uh, depending on where they're moving from going to. So if they're like on the left hand side of my map and they need to move to the right hand side, then we're going to need to make sure that they are facing to the right, which means that they need to be called this function. And it may call it multiple times, but it doesn't really matter all that much because if this is set to true, it doesn't um, we're not changing the value. Okay, so it's not gonna like toggle or anything like that, or at least it shouldn't. It might, but it shouldn't. Okay. Um, like, um, if I was to do this again, multiple times here, we shouldn't necessarily see like a glitch or it facing to the left or anything along those lines. Okay. It should still be facing to the right. See, we have no worries about that. Now, the um, you know, the agent being flipped is going to be called twice. Um, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal. Okay. Um, it doesn't change the value. It doesn't like call well. It may it may cause like a little bit of a graphical glitch, maybe, but I kind of doubt it. Okay, so we're gonna hold off on that for now. Um, if I need to throw in a check on that to see whether or not it's already set to true, then fine. I'll go ahead and put that in. Okay. So here, let me turn that off real quick. So um, I could always put in something like um, if srender flip x, um, oh, I can just basically say, if not, then I can just go ahead and do that. So meaning if this is false, then this will evaluate to true, and therefore it's already set to true, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Okay, but if it's true, this completely ignores it, so it doesn't necessarily matter anymore for that particular um, you know we don't necessarily need to do it again. So um, but this check isn't really necessary. We're not really in need of it. It's not breaking our game or anything along those lines for it. So we don't need to worry about it. Okay? So, I mean, I may want to put that in there at some point in time. Like maybe, I'll put it up there as well. Okay? So that if I may need it in the future, I can always throw it in. Um, but if, for me, I don't think it's really necessary. Okay. Um, Matter of fact, um, uh, this check isn't really necessary from what I can currently see. If switching add. Okay. Let's go ahead and add this down below as well. All right. So again, I don't think that it's going to be absolutely necessary, but we'll have it in there just in case. Okay. So, um, we're going to want to um, get our animations. Um, we're going to want to get rid of all of these graphics that we don't really need. We're going to need to get rid of some of these animations that we don't really need. And um, we're going to have to work on the rest of the animations to get them working properly. So let's go ahead and start working on that there, folks. So um, let's see. We're keeping the art assets. We're keeping the art assets for now, just in case I may need to do something with that later. Um, I'd rather have the information already here, ready to like transfer into the project if I need it. If I don't need it, then obviously, it's just extra storage being taken up by, 15K images. Not that big of a deal. Okay. Um, but we're going to want to um, kind of get rid of some of the graphics here. So okay, so we're going to go ahead and okay, okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of these. Let's see. Stats screwing up Unity here a little bit. Okay. Let's see. If I get rid of these, will that reflect on the folder as well? Let's find out. It did. So I can do it right in here. So let's go ahead and do that. That way we can just, um, if, I'm going to be wanting to kind of change these, um, I'm going to want to try to change these names around a little bit. So if I can do that within Unity itself, then that will change the rest of the names within the system itself. Um, so I don't necessarily need to stress about that. Okay. Kind of unfortunate that I spent so much time on the images to the right, but at the same time, I'm, you know, it's one of the um, so for those of you that might be like on, that might be, pros at Unity or something along those lines, okay? Um, you might have been looking at the fact that I was spending a lot of time working on these particular art assets and going, well, this is completely unnecessary. I mean, and you're right, but at the same time, um, for folks that might not know, then I mean, I don't call myself a teacher or anything along those lines. Okay, I don't, you know, um, you know, while this is something that I like, this is what I want to do. This is like, what I want to continue working on, and like, um, I'm showing my own personal hardships with it. Okay. So, um, so someone can kind of look at my progress and go, okay, this is how he tried to go about tackling these particular scenarios, these particular problems, and he eventually got to this particular point. It's growth, okay? Um, and the so while you know I spent a lot of time trying to get these to kind of work, um, and I probably could have spent spent less time on it. It it one kind of showed others, um, the the visual perspective of how you need to kind of see what you want to do, see what you want to, graphically show. Okay, and um, it could change based off of what game you're making, for example. Okay, yeah, I did a fairly simple, flip in Inkscape to kind of redo do the frames with a flip. I'm not gonna say that that wasn't something that I was like, hey, this is something easy for me to do. Okay, but here's the thing: if someone wanted to do a full 2D drawing of something and have different, um, like, maybe they want to have like a scabbard on one side of the body and they have it shown as kind of behind the body when they're facing the other direction, that doesn't really work for a flip. So you're, um, so as a designer, as a game programmer, as a game dev, if you're building a game for yourself and you want to have that perspective of, hey, this particular item is actually behind the character, then a flip wouldn't work. Okay, you have to actually use the different animations. Okay, you're gonna have to show those different animations. So, so don't be afraid. Like, I'm showing um, I'm showing the left and right here. Don't be afraid of doing that yourself. Okay, if your characters, if your agents, if your sprites have different looks to them when they're facing the left and facing the right, use it. Don't be afraid of um, you know, um, don't don't think that um, you can't, you know, you can't do the whole, facing the left and facing the right kind of look and feel to it. Okay, you can do that. Okay, it's all dependent on your game and what you kind of want to show on your characters. That's it. Okay, so if you're showing, the characters, differently based off of how they're facing, then you're going to need to make sure that um, you're, if you want to keep that immersion, then you're going to want to make sure that you're showing those kind of details properly. Otherwise, you're just going to break their immersion for the player, and they're going to be like, going, wait, what's going on there? Make sure not to do that, or at least try not to, unless, of course, you're doing it for the laughs. Then I guess you can, but but you see, I don't, these characters are fairly simple for me. They were simple designs. I didn't want to spend any extra time on having unique features, on their left side and on their right side. So I probably could have designed it that way, but I don't really need to, especially on this first version. Maybe on version two. Maybe on version two we'll get to that point, but we don't need to do it here. We don't need to do it now. Okay. Everything okay? Everything's looking okay. Okay. And get rid of all the right-facing ones. We don't need them. See, like for example, um, say here's another thing um, that kind of breaks their immersion, which um, is another reason why, if you really want to, um, this is obviously going for those of you that have never actually built a game before and like. So say, um, you know, I like I'm showing the kind of construction, for example, like the collecting. Okay. I'm having the person kind of raise up the pickaxe and the like. So you're kind of seeing, this kind of motion, when facing in a certain direction, right? Well, the problem is that when you're facing in the other direction, and I'm still collecting with the same hand, you're not really seeing the tool as much anymore. Okay, it's behind the head, it's behind the face. Okay, what I'm doing right now with the whole flip. So right now, I'm using my right hand to kind of collect, and you're seeing um, from the perspective. I'm collecting, to my left. Um, you know, and the if I switch it back over here, if I'm flipped on the other direction, then instead of my right hand collecting, I'm currently using my left hand to collect now. So all of my characters, all of the humans, everybody is ambidextrous, I guess. But that would mean that they would have to be like switching hands all the time, especially if they're like, oh, I gotta harvest over here, oh, I gotta harvest over there, oh, I gotta harvest. So um, it's just it doesn't break the immersion as much if you keep the images, that are facing to the left and right if you draw them correctly. So it's all a matter of perspective. Okay. Okay. Just get rid of all these right-facing ones. Don't need them anymore. Okay. So now all these guys are facing the left. All the workers are facing the left. Let's go ahead and get all the warriors as well. We don't need that. Don't need that either. And that's all done. And obviously we're going to need to go through the monsters as well, all the enemies, and get rid of all those as well. So okay. Key combinations. There we go. There we go. Okay. Get rid of them. Okay. Okay. Get rid of these. Now you might be wondering, well, Jim, why are you even bothering with all this? Why are you deleting all these images to the right? Well, here's the thing. If I don't need them, they, if they're not going to be used at all, then there's no point in keeping them in with the rest of the files, okay? Um, there's no need to keep these guys here, adding extra bloat to the game, okay? Just just get rid of the assets that you don't need, okay? Keep it fairly streamlined. Don't have all these images that aren't being used. Um, you know, cut out code that isn't being used. Cut out the bloat. Don't expand on this on the data being put into a program. Okay, just cut it out because um, you know, um, one of the things that now, and don't get me wrong, okay, there might be some games that are out there um, that use everything. You know, they use all their art assets, that use all their code, and so on and so forth. That might be great, okay. But the problem is that there are some people that don't really care about the bloat. They add images in there that don't ever get used, and it just takes up more and more space. And the, you know, then you start having these games that are gigabytes in size when they might not necessarily need that amount of um, that amount of space usage kind of thing. Okay. Now I'm not saying that all the games are like that. You know, these large gigabyte games that are out there kind of thing. They could be using every single last resource that they have in that game. Okay. They might, they're probably using all those art assets and code and so on and so forth. Okay. But the thing is that you might not have, as an indie, okay, try to try to keep with the mindset of keep it fairly clean. Okay. Um, that way um, you can expand on it, you can build off of it, um, and you know, so if later on down the road, if you want to do like a version 2, you can use what you've already built and make something else out of it, make something better. Build up that um, you know, uh, you know, use the first game as a foundation or as a jumping platform for the sequel. You know, um, you know. So, and if your code and your art is clean like that, then you don't necessarily need to change much. You're probably going to want to change a little bit, obviously, because you're probably going to be doing like new features, new graphics, new whatever. Okay, but still, um, the point is still there that um, you know make sure that your game is built in such a fashion where you don't necessarily need to worry about oh my God, is my game going to be taking up too much room or something along those lines. Build it so that it's concise. Okay, the amount of data that you're using is the exact data that the player needs. That's it. That's all you know you need to do on it. Okay. You know, I don't want to make um, I don't want to turn this game into, you know, 500 gigabyte game because it really shouldn't. Okay. I'm not putting in, you know, um, 3D values in here. I don't have like the 3D skeletons. I'm not using any kind of, um, uh, I'm not having like exploding landscapes or anything along those lines. I'm not going to be using um, different sunrises and sunsets and eclipses and so on and so forth. Okay, this game is meant to be fairly simplistic in its design because it's just me. If I do get to a spot where I can create myself a little team to kind of build something like this, then great. I can expand it a little bit more. But you know, it's all about kiss. Keep it simple. Okay. Down. Okay. That should be it. There shouldn't be any other right-facing art assets at all. So um, now we come on over here, and we don't really need these idols to the right anymore. So just get rid of those. Don't need them. So um, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna change these here. I mean, don't really need them referencing that they're facing the left or anything along those lines. Um, okay, and we can just go ahead and get rid of these that are facing to the right as well. I mean, granted, I'm probably going to need to be getting rid of a lot of these anyway. Um, um, I don't necessarily need these. Um, I don't need the right, and I don't need referencing to the left or anything like that. I need to modify the animations anyway to kind of handle that already. So it doesn't look like we have any left facing or right facing. So we're good on that. Okay. So, um, um, hmm. Okay, so what I'm gonna need to do now is we're gonna want to we're gonna need to kind of change the um, the I gotta be careful a little bit here because um, so we've already was kind of messing with the um, with the toggle collect here, okay, which was um, down below here we were setting the animator to set the bools and the like, okay. So um, one of the things that I was thinking about doing was getting the animator to kind of be here within the agent. So um, so let's kind of do this again. So private Animator. So now we're going to uh, get component animator. Okay, because we were using animator up here. Yes, we were. So technically, we can go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, we're already doing that within the, um, we were already doing that within the agent class already. Okay, so at least I hope this works according to way it kind of needs to be. Um, Otherwise, I'm probably going to need to kind of do like a super default init or something like that to call it, but it shouldn't. It should go with the initial agent first. Hmm. Oh no. Okay. Here's where I'm calling the initial position, which I believe is the agent. So are we gonna have a compile error? Probably. Yeah. Hmm. Let's see. What is C# access modifiers? Hmm. Okay. So protected should still work. So if I do protected, then it should be accessed. Should be, we shouldn't have any problems with this. Right, so that cleared all the errors out because the um, human a um, is a subclass of agent. It's an abstract of it. So um, so having protected animator here allows the human to access it. So now my only concern at this point is the fact that um, the kind of ordering that's going on here. Now I do have the animator here being called afterwards, after the hunter and it, so this information is kind of taken care of prior to these being called. So runtime should still be fine. Yeah, runtime is indeed fine. So, um, yeah, see, human class is called, then the agent class is called. So, you know, these are the ordering isn't so. Hmm, yeah, let's go ahead and kind of change up the um, let's kind of change up the debug logs here a little bit because um, I want to be able to kind of see um, the slight different, you know, I want to be able to kind of see the different debug logs accordingly, you know, to just be able to kind of go, okay, you know, here's where um, here's where this log is called versus this one. Okay, the fact that they group the common ones up, it's kind of irritating to me, but um, so okay, we're gonna kind of change things up a little bit here. I want to try to get like different values here so that, you know, if they're at the very least, if they're in like um, different hexes, we can kind of get different statements from them. So okay, so yeah, see, here's this one. Class. See, here's the ordering of it here. So the human debug log is called before the agent is called. So, and that might actually be a little dangerous. So, typically you want the any kind of like base information called first. Um, you know, before you get to the um, you know, to the rest of the human and the like. Okay, so um, okay. Hmm. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and move that up here. Oh, wait. The reason why I included it in both the hunter and within the hunter script here is because my default calls the hunter. So I can't have it there, but I can put it there. So now it should be calling the initial position for the agent class first. It should be calling all that first before it gets to this particular debug log. So we should be seeing a flip in that particular debug log now, but okay. Now, hmm. So now we can move a lot of these up into agent. So so let's see. Hmm. Hey there, Jedi. How you doing there, bud? I'm back. Let's see. Hmm. How am I going to go about doing this side of things? Sorry that I've been gone. If you haven't noticed, the Discord was like really fighting with Streamlabs, and I'm still kind of fighting with them. Um, but I got it to a point where I can actually work with it to get it active again, to be able to stream again. We'll see whether or not that holds up. So, um, but don't worry, I have not forgotten about the movie night. I do still want to put that together. I found out that I was actually the poll that I did, um, it actually had a tie. So the results of it, we had a tie for two different movies. Only two people voted, one for one movie, one for another movie. So I may do another poll for both of those movies. Um, so, um, and I may set it up for next weekend. So, um, so prepare for that. I may do it like during the day, or like the fairly early-ish morning for myself. So my thinking is that if I do a late night movie, then I do have some viewers that live in Europe, so that kind of sucks for them. And I want to kind of I was thinking I'll do something like fairly early in the day and still be able to kind of stream afterwards. So um, so I'm kind of leaning towards like a 10 o'clock kind of, or 10 o'clock my time. So it'd be like 1 p.m. Eastern. Um, so that we can kind of start off a day with like a decent movie, and then um, I can just do my stream right afterwards or something like that. That's the idea. Um, it's either that or I'd have to do something like super late at night, which like I would have to do it like uh, maybe at like 9 o'clock at night or something like that my time, which would mean like it'd be like midnight for people on the East Coast, and um, everybody that's in Europe, which is about 8 to 9 hours ahead of me, would be having to wake up like at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's like there's the reason why I'm kind of hesitant on doing something like that. Um, so um, but we're still gonna get that movie set up for the Discord. Obviously, you're probably gonna need to own the movie yourself. I'm not gonna broadcast it because I don't have a license to broadcast. Um, so um, and I also have some other news as well, but I'm gonna hold off on that for right now. Um, I want to try to do something a little special for it because it's news, and I'm thinking I want to try to do something a little bit special about it, and um, kind of chat with you all about it. So we'll see what I'll do with that, but I need to take care of some things first. So um, but yeah, okay. Um, So we need to get our animations kind of working properly here. Um, so problem is that how am I gonna get it to know which of these types of animations I should be going for? Hmm. So, um, so the suggestion made by the video is to do something on this line, play, and then of course the name of the animation, which is human worker general walk. And so I don't have that particular animation set up right at this moment in time, so let's go ahead and kind of let's go ahead and try to set that up real quick on this. So let's see, rename, rename. I'm doing the rename here because I want to, these right here are using these particular names, so I want to be able to kind of say, hey, I'm using non-left and right. So now we're using just a generic command kind of thing. So problem is that we can't really. Okay, so we're using all four of those different frames. So let me see if I do something like that, and we can go here and we'll do, let's see, toggle walk. And let's see what happens here. Let's see if the flip, oh wait, no, it should work. Let's see if this can kind of work for us here. Okay, animation isn't going, so this isn't kind of what, this isn't an animation. It's still flipped, but we're not actually animating. So while this might still have 4 frames, it's not kind of working the way I need it to work. So um, yeah, I see the loop time and loop pose isn't set up at all as well. So I can see that um, we're still kind of behind on that. So um, so what we can do, let's go ahead and do this because I know that we have the collect animation done. Come here to this, copy that, place that there, and we'll throw in the collect. Now, obviously, I'll still want to do like an enum later for these particular words so that we can just kind of do a, um, we can just kind of use global variables and like, but I got to be careful with that a little bit, and I'll explain in just a second here because I do want to kind of check to make sure that I can actually do this. So let's try this again. Okay, as you can kind of see, the animation there is indeed active. although they're kind of in the same location. But we'll try again and see if we can get him into two different spots here. It doesn't really matter. You can clearly see that it is indeed flipped, and the hammer moving there is showing that the collect animation is indeed being triggered. So, um, so the whole play animation is indeed working as intended. So, um, um, so we're gonna need to, um, we gotta kind of be careful a little bit on this though. Okay, so here's here's my concern about this right at this point. Um, the um, if um, the human class right at this moment in time is built to kind of incorporate all um, the different human types. Okay, it's meant to kind of incorporate, encapsulate all of the workers and the warriors into one particular class. Now um, I could probably extend human into, say, like a warrior class. I could probably do that. Uh, so, which might be a good idea because there might be a lot of data that might be different, and I might want to separate out those two particular sets of code. Okay. Um, but for right now, I'm just kind of using the human class as something for the workers. Okay. The problem is that there's multiple different worker animations. Okay. Um, there's based off of the type of the resource that they might be collecting or gathering or whatnot. Okay. Um, so my concern right at this moment in time is that while I do have these different animations for idle and collect, I do have different animations for, say, forced, for example. So, and right now I have them named differently. So, um, so for example, the collect here, you know, that's different for the force collect. So, you know, how am I going to, um, how am I going to get it to the point where it is, um, the, um, so that it kind of knows which animation that it should be going for and be able to kind of switch between the different types, you know, in a blink of an eye kind of thing. Like if I want to go from the hammer animation to the forced animation, then I need to be able to kind of do it immediately. Okay, that's the whole kind of purpose of this. You don't want to have a little bit of a graphical glitch switching between the animations. Okay. So I need to be able to um, I need to be able to kind of switch between them accordingly. Okay, I need to be able to kind of say, okay, you want to use this particular animation, you want to use that particular animation, that kind of thing. Okay, and I need to be able to, um, I need to be able to kind of separate them out um, word-based anyway. So, uh, okay, let me try to explain a little bit. So if we go back here to the idle animations, um, we have certain we've kind of named them accordingly, right? Well, um, let's go to um, let's see. Oh wait, we want to go to our animator. Our animator has the different motions and like well when you click on the animation selection, the assets for it. Okay, it's showing all the different animations. Well, if I cut out, um, you know, um, I can probably cut out the human warrior, human worker. Okay, because um, the when you have book, gun, and spork animations, for example, okay, those are very specific. So um, they're we're not gonna have to kind of worry about that all that much. Okay, but here's the thing. Now we start looking at like the ghosts and like uh, I have to use the full word for each one of them so that they don't um, see if I cut out like ghost, ghoul, goblin and just have idle carry or carry idle in this particular case. How is Unity supposed to know which idle carry to use? Don't really know. You know, how is it supposed to know whether or not to use the ghost, the ghoul, or the goblin carry idle? I don't know if it'll know the difference. If I just say carry idle, it might not know. So, um, let's see, which one was this again? General idle. So I gotta kind of be careful with the word usage here, the naming conventions, because if I mess up, then um, I can't just strictly say this is the walk animation because there's multiple different animations you know based off of the tools. So I can't just strictly say walk. So there has to be a way for me to be able to kind of isolate you know which tool are they going to be using and allow for that to kind of be placed um, into the string to be used for the play. So for example, um, um, I want to do something like private string um, uh, say worker type Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Actually, let me look up this real quick. I don't have I kind of know what enums are all about, but I don't really know how C# handles enums. So let's go ahead and set up something here. Okay, so enum season, spring, summer, winter. Okay, so um, okay, so I'm gonna do private enum, and then we're gonna do, let's see, retype. Okay, so we want um, general. So let's see, we want forest. Let's see, make sure that I'm getting these right here. Okay. Ethereal. Okay. Sunstone. Okay, and water. Okay, let's make sure that we're reading that correct. That's good. Now, hmm, okay, so I just need to do the, worker type and the value. Hmm, okay. Do I need to actually use? Let's see. Um, so if I do something like that, that should work. Maybe. So, um, so what I want to do, so we're gonna kind of get the um, worker T to kind of use the initial worker type general, and then we add in the other forms. We're going to be kind of doing another. Let's see. We want to do another. This is protected. Let's see. Common animations. So idle, walk. Walk. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, that's pretty much all that we have. That's fairly common with a lot of them. Yeah, I think that's about all that we can kind of do with that. So what we're gonna do is, let's see, right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do common interesting. It's not giving me the enums here. Or at least it's not bringing up that up here. Interesting. Let's see how this works. No errors. Okay, why is it not showing them? There it is. Okay. It's not expecting a short, it's not expecting a string. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, I still need a string in there, so go ahead and get rid of those. Okay, so um, okay, so enums. It's kind of thought that enums could actually be used for with strings, but maybe I'm just um, um, yeah, numeric integer values. So in Java, enums you can pretty much um, think you can use kind of whatever you want within them, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, but obviously that's not what I'm in need of at the moment. So um, hmm, let's see. Let me see what C sharp does for like constants. So hmm, okay. Hmm. And only static members. Hmm. Focused on the behavior of a type. I'm not, so. Um, hmm. And stride. Hmm. Let's see. Public string idle. Public string. Oh. Hmm. Do I use a read only? I mean, I don't need to change these values at all. Hmm. Here we go. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Well, it is time for me to close up shop here, there, folks. We've gotten to. I think for right now, I'm just gonna leave this where it is, with the errors, so that I can come, when I come back next week and start working on this again, I'll know this is where I left off, and this is what I kind of need to research a little bit more to try to get these kind of working the way I want them to work, so that I will eventually need to change these into the right kind of string names, so that when I combine general here with idle there, it knows which one to kind of go for. Um, so um, it'll know which animation I want to do, so that so later on I can just go ahead and take this particular declaration, private string worker T, and I can come on down here, and instead of having the animator play this, I can just have the animator play the worker T string, and I'll be able to pick out the specific kind of animation based off of that. Or at least that's the intention. Um, so I can just kind of do this, and you know, and obviously I need to kind of change that particular string based off of um, you know, uh, if the human needs to kind of switch to go to a different location, it'll go, oh, I need to go get the forest, so I'm going to switch over to the forest, to the forest string or something along those lines. Okay, and obviously I'm going to need to kind of actually I need to kind of be careful with this here a little bit, because um, I may need to um, I may need to have two different variables in here. So, um, so worker common, for example, so that I have the type, and I have what they're kind of doing, whether it's idle, walk, or something like that, and I need to add the two together, concatenate them together to be able to kind of play it. If I have them, if I have it kind of combined prior to that, then I may potentially run into some difficulties down the line, because if I need to change a portion of the string, say, from like general to forest, I'm not going to be able to kind of do that within the string itself. I would have to kind of remember what kind of word is contained inside of it, remove said word, and add in the new word. It's probably best to not even worry about that. Um, so, um, so I'm probably going to need to kind of do uh, two types of strings here to hold on to the type and the common task, idle, walking, so on and so forth. So, um, so yeah, this is going to be a little interesting on here. Um, so we're probably going to want to do something like, worker C is equal to that. At least that's where I'm planning on going on this, and we'll get there. We'll get there. So, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight. All these videos, all these streams that I do are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below in my Twitch About section, so feel free to check that out if you're interested in seeing what kind of games I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do every Sunday. So stop on by during any one of those particular days. I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST, so come on by during that particular window of time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. But for now, we're going to say have a good night, take care, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time. Especially you there, Jedi. Thanks for stopping on by again. Catch you next time.